Yes, the deck talk was always running. Hello. All right. So, just minor change of plans today. We're gonna do some programming instead of document scanning because I'm tired. I did not sleep well. And I would like to do something easy. And I am not as likely to make a mistake with programming as I am with document scanning, where I could screw up and miss a page, then have to go back and redo all the stuff. So, is YouTube chat playing well today? If you sent that from YouTube, the answer is yes. And I'm gonna guess you did because you have more green in your name with a U there. So, sure, programming while tired is a wise choice. Yes, that's fine because it's easy to get undo. Not as easy to unbind and rebind a scan if I missed one page. So, yeah. So here's what we're doing. All right. I'm trying to learn WebSockets in Flask, which would actually have benefited the whole server thing here with the chat over there and all that fun stuff, instead of just putting JSON up in and then having everything pull it, but that still works just fine. Matter of fact, this almost works better because, or the JSON almost works better because it allows it to reconnect and get all of the existing data. But I need WebSockets for the next thing, I think. So I'm trying to do that because so far I'm not seeing the architecture for just JSON. So trying to get that working to see how it goes. So yeah. Anyway, it's be easier just to like tell you what we're doing, I guess, sitting at the computer. So let me just go do that. Boom. Also, I messed with the lighting again. This time it's a more permanent thing. That camera's off, so it doesn't matter, whatever. But there's a light up there now. If I grab a piece of paper, I bet I can get it to reflect that. Yeah, it looks super duper bright there. And I added an extremely high quality blue tape lens hood to the webcam. So there we go. That's lighting over here solved. So I'm just fighting the stupid wood thing with the chair. Okay. Let's take a look at what we're doing. So let's get this out of here. This I'll fix eventually, but it's broken currently. So, I guess maybe I should open that back up. Hold on. Let's bring up GitHub, I guess. GitHub. I should probably intro this, that nerd, and this thing. Okay. Buy a lot more wood and raise the entire floor. I rip it out like I want to so bad, but I know that there's no carpet under it, and it would just be the literal opposite, falls into it rather than bumps onto it. So, anyway, this is PyDiscRip, okay? This is my newer script for imaging and deriving data from media rips. So it handles optical drives and the grease weasel, and you can just run everything directly through it. So I've been working on this for a while to try and make it easier and faster for me to archive materials and get information related to them. So what I have been working on is adding Flask to this, because the entire program is written in Python. And I'm trying to make it possible to use to easily rip stuff. So this is the standard interface, let's call it that. Does it handle the Amiga format? Yes, because it would work with, you know, any fictitious thing that you make, like all those disk defs that we were working on yesterday. So gray frames are still happening. There's nothing I can do. I give up. So these are, when you're ripping something with this, you provide a CSV. So if I just open a random terminal and do this, discrip -C, and provide a blank thing, you provide a CSV with these headers. So these are the functional equivalents: media type, drive, name, and description on a web interface. So I'm just going to fill these in with a CD that's currently in the drive here. It is the Belkin Nostromo SpeedPad N52 whatever. So I can just put these 4 values in here, click Start Rip, and then in the background it has now created the folder and is ripping a bin queue of this as soon as it spins up the drive. And I said, and maybe it just hasn't updated. There we go. It's ripping away. So, I don't know what you're talking about. P switches, whatever. So that's working. All right. I can initiate that. I'm using post requests through this. And that's all fine. Now, here is the problem. Do I need to switch to MJPEG? Is that what people are saying? I don't know. But anyway, here's the problem, okay? I am trying to implement WebSockets in here. So, I don't know. Maybe it's a leftover from... Oh, okay, fine. Literally doesn't matter at all. There we go. Going a long time between gray frames. It's great between those, not really a problem. Okay, seems to be okay right now. It's a bit below for a few minutes. Okay, because the only thing I could do is just switch to MJPEG, which looks terrible. This looks better. It has some stability issues, but it seems like we've been mostly past the stability issues for a while. So, Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, so here's what I'm trying to do. Okay, I'm using Flask Socket IO. All right, so that's this. And I'm trying to use this to send data to and from, no deck talk. I heard the deck talk. How did you not? Hold on. Why? I think it is working. I think it's extremely quiet for some reason. I give up. No deck talk. Whatever. I have literally no idea what is wrong. And I'm not crawling around on the floor to try and diagnose the audio cables. I just, whatever. It's running. I can hear it. So if you want me to hear a deck talk thing, I can still hear it. I don't know why it's not going over there. Okay. It's fine, Ben. It's not your fault, but thank you for the 100 bits. That's like a premium version of the Call Me Redeem? Yeah, in a way. I have no idea why. There is one other thing I could check, but I don't feel like getting up again. Okay. Where were we? Okay, so here's what I'm attempting to do. So this is sending these 4 fields via post to Flask, which reads them in here in the form data. By the way, I hate the way that Flask does this, where they call this a form instead of just post, but whatever. And I send that in to build a media sample in the same way that I would do it when reading an CSV, and then I pass it to a new class that handles all that fun stuff. Okay, so that's all fine. I have added a callback function to this, so it can call back another function in the RIP process. I was going to call it back in the middle of it, but right now I'm just calling it at the end. The only thing it does is pass done as a string back here, and then after that it prints RIP done. What it's supposed to do is emit a socket here, all right? An event named status, and then pass this status data object, all right? The JavaScript side never receives this, and I don't know why. That's my current problem. So as a test, the JavaScript can send its own event here called client active, data I'm connected, all right? And it can be received here. So if I go here and I click start RIP again, we'll see, let's see here, sessions found 1, all right, something or another, where is it? RIP done. Okay, so we go here, boom, active client, okay? I'm good at this, whatever. I know how to spell. And it gets the data. So WebSockets are working one way, all right? Then we get the RIP done. It does callback status. It sees it's done. It emits it. And what it's supposed to do is receive the event here when it's called status, and then change the inner HTML of this from ripping to whatever this is, which would be done. But for some reason, this never gets triggered. So what I can do is I can go back here, enable debugger, all right, accidentally click a button, start the RIP. We can put a breakpoint here, and we'll see it never gets tripped. So if I start this again, never happens, and I don't know why. So that's what I'm currently trying to figure out. This one, the emit here, works. This, the receive, does not. So I'm trying to figure out how to handle that right now. So that's the current issue. So welcome to my nightmare. This is now what I'm trying to figure out. So apparently the Flask socket IO actually wraps some other socket IO JavaScript thing that is, I don't know, or something. I don't know why people would choose programming in JavaScript if they didn't have to, but that's, you know, not the problem I'm trying to solve today. Remove specified listener from the array with the for the blah blah blah. Okay, so we're supposed to be able to do add listener function for the event named event name. Okay, so we'd be able to. This is our argument. All right, that should work. They call the opposite of on off. Yeah. So, I'm not 100% sure if it should be in this. Put some stuff in the connect. I'm not sure that that's correct. So maybe we don't put that there and we try it again. So on status, we can do that. So let's try. We tried this already, but I don't know. Let's find. Start RIP. Yeah, it never receives that. So, oh, I just did that, Ben, and it didn't help. So, but I do appreciate that insight. It's one of the reasons why I want to stream this right now, completely out of my depth. For the 70, it's not 77 months. Yeah, it's one of those days. 8 months, I appreciate that talk. I could hear it here. I don't know why the audio is not going to all the other stuff. So you see the network pane to see if a message, even if the handler doesn't trigger. That's a good idea. Somebody doodads. Can I see what the data is here? Post, get. I don't know what that is, but sure. You're presented with several, all of them, and see which fires. So this is all my code. I don't know what other ones would be. So this actually looks familiar to me. I'm sorry, Matrox. What's a 101? All right, let's go back. All right, let's resubmit. Okay, make fast. Should be able to click on it. Okay. Stack 6. Okay. Probes. That thing. That thing. Okay, all of that stuff. All right. Just please do let me know whether or not I should change to a better, more reliable video stream. All right. I will be back in 1 moment. Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. But that's not really what I'm trying to go for. So I'd rather it just be good. All right. Surprisingly bad, unfortunately. I know it's generally not in his control, so I had to bring it up. Well, I mean, I can control it, but then we reduce the video quality. That's the difference. I mean, I can control it kind of. That's basically the one thing I could do. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, at least at the moment it's pretty unwatchable. All right, well, maybe it's fixed now. Watching the server, it seems like that's doing better. So, you know. Wait, I have an idea. Humor me. I want to try going back to it, okay? Let me try this really quick. I'm going to try going back to H.265. Okay. There is a minor difference here, okay? And I'm just watching this myself, kind of see what it looks like. Because I was connected to No Machine on the Stream PC at the same time, and I'm wondering if maybe that traffic was somehow congesting the connection and making it look bad. Because I switched No Machine over to here to verify that I can see it, and I'm betting that was it, actually. So I'm going to let that run. If you guys see any issues at all, just let me know. Seems better so far? Okay, we might have found a problem. Okay, before it was every few seconds. Okay, so it seems better now? All right, so I can't run No Machine on the Stream PC. That's the answer. Okay, well, that's good to know. We learned a thing. Now if we can learn a thing about WebSockets, that would be sweet. Okay, how do I... Like, I assume the payload is not actually it. Oh, here we go. That looks like stuff. All right, so that's it. Send it. It's not... Saw it. Yep. All right, there we go. This is more robust. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of weird interference today with the LTE. H.264 is really bad. H.264 has all of the reliability problems of H.265, but looks worse, and it's more difficult to encode and decode. It's just not as good as MPEG-TS for this. All right. Yeah, no kidding, Ben. All right. So we're not seeing it here. So is there something else I should be thinking about? So we're never seeing it there. We can't do AV1. We've tried a lot. I don't know how to set breakpoints in Python, if that's even possible. Feels like one of those things I should maybe know, but like, I don't. If the answer is use whatever that Microsoft editor is, no. So you should be able to inspect flow of messages over WebSocket in that inspector. Okay. But it might all get lumped into the initial connection message. Let's see the whole exchange. Well, I can delay it slightly. If I go here and I delete the Belkin folder, it will re-rip the CD, and that will... the final thing won't trigger for a while. So if we see a network message here, now it's going to come back like a minute later. You're 100% certain the other end is sending your status message. So sort of. Here's the logic on this. So rip status is the callback function that gets called when this is done. So it gets called right here. Okay. It will, print callback status to the terminal. All right. And it just did it right there. But we never got data here for that. Why did the time header disappear? Patrick, is there literally just a function called breakpoint? Python breakpoint. This stopped working on my computer at home. I'm kind of curious if this will work here. Okay, it did. Strange. Maybe it's because they started hiding it down here. All right. Why did all of time just disappear? I don't know. Okay, hold on. I'm catching back up. 100% certain the other one is sending your status message. So I'm only as certain as I can tell from the... what you call it, documentation, API reference. Here we go. Emit Emit a server-generated socket.io event. This function emits a socket.io event for one or more connected clients. That's why I sent a WebSocket thing from the client to the server. We've verified that works. So it is connected. And that's why I was thinking it had to be in the connected thing just to verify that it's actually working. And some example somewhere did it like that too. I don't know. On connection, connected, I don't know. Connect, whatever. So a whole bunch of people keep putting stuff in the connected or connection one, whatever. So yeah, parameters, event name, args is JSON data. I don't know about the namespace. I think default is just acceptable. To send the message to all users in a given room, if this parameter is not included, the event is sent to all connected users, which should be that client. Socket.io, try to use WebSockets if it can, but if not, it'll fall back to get post polling. Yeah, I did read something somewhere where someone was... Let me just try this. That supposedly WebSockets don't work on Firefox. Okay, so this is going to rip to the Belkin folder. Callback status done. Okay, so it still didn't work. So at least it's not just Firefox. Why does this network tab have literally nothing? Why not try Breakpoint? Oh yeah, I was looking into that and then I got distracted by something. I think the stream started dying. I need you to give me 1 second. There is a hair caught under my shirt and it is driving me insane. There we go. That's so much better. Oh my gosh. Might have to start recording, stop recording. I don't know how this works. Recording network activity, perform a request, or control R to record the reload. Yeah, but it's like the post request. Okay, breakpoint. Hold on. Python breakpoint. Where was this? I wasn't dumb and did it in this one, did I? I was dumb and did it in that one. Okay. Let's see. Python breakpoint, new built-in function, 3.7. I don't know if that's going to be in this. Okay, breakpoint. When we execute the script, PDB debugger comes up. And then things happen. Okay. So I guess I can just do this and then this, maybe. By the way, this has started saying that it's attempting to reload the code, which is blowing my mind. I don't think it's worked, but that sounds like a crazy thing. Okay, on Firefox here, I'm going to attempt to redo this. So start rip. Okay, self-run, target, callback, update, socket, emit, status, self-dispatch. Wait, what now? File user raise b what? Yeah, so there's all kinds of like threading and async nonsense in this, so it may not like it. I don't know. Yeah, because it's still running. What is this? Get out of here, Chrome. No one likes you. Blah 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 blah. Wait, do I have to import this? Is that what the problem is? Nope, that didn't help. Whoa, that's extra weird. So the client's always trying to connect. Wait a minute. Well, I could try. Was it Python sock instead? Python sock. But I don't think it works with Flask. The benefit to the other thing was that it worked with Flask. And I kind of like the idea that it would support non-WebSocket stuff, because like I might run this in OBS and I don't know if that does that correctly. I have one idea of why it might be not working. So they link to this version of Socket.io, and maybe it's some ancient, decrepit one that I shouldn't be using. Let's see if we can find a more modern one. So they got 4.8 one. You can try that. Oh, I didn't like that. Oh, wait, that was my fault. Okay. That still didn't work, it looks like. It did actually fetch it, though. I don't know how current this documentation is. 4x changelog. 481 is the most recent version as of a long time ago for this kind of stuff. So Ben, technically I think I'm not using async. Well, there's async def start. So this does exist, but I'm starting async and then I'm using process to run this in the background. So there's an async IO call to a function that starts a process thread that contains the Flask server. So I don't know. Yeah, stay hydrated. Python kind of sucks for this. Yeah, I don't know why the socket isn't socketing. I wish I knew why this broke it. Is there something I'm missing about how you run it? For the record, if anyone wants to mess around with this, the basic current version of the code is available on GitHub under the web branch. It's kind of a pain in the butt to install, though. So we could call and wait for a response. I don't know what the response has to be. Maybe that would be safer. Man, for giggles, let's try it. So call. Network 17, thank you for the Prime sub. Sorry the deck talk isn't audible right now, but I still appreciate your 22 months. 22 months of Prime sub there. Thank you. Okay. To client call status. To session ID. Well, how do I get that? How do I get... Hold on. That could be helpful. On event... Receive namespace handler function that handles even namespace. I guess this receives anything. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. On blah 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 blah. Okay, I'm not seeing a way of getting a client ID whatever thing. Hold on, let's just search for this. So, to session ID. Okay, copy, paste. Or 9 matches. SID. Okay. The session ID of the client, if not provided. Okay, disconnect. So, leave room. Call. Emit. No. Rooms, no. Although maybe rooms. Disconnect, no. Leave room, no. Join room. Send. Okay, so... Wait, am I seeing that there is no way to get a SID? Hold on, let's just search that. SID. Okay, so we have emit, and then we have send. Neither one of those are useful. Down here, we have emit again. Still not useful. There we have join room and send. So join room, session ID of the client, if not provided. That doesn't seem like it. Rooms, returns a list of the rooms the client is in. Session ID of the client, if not provided, is obtained from the request context. Disconnect. None of those make sense. So why does this say there's some socket.io 5x when their actual website doesn't have that? This is tremendously confusing. Man, for giggles, let's just run it with call and see what happens. Well, something died there. Okay, cannot use call to broadcast. Okay. Because call requires a 2. We might be able to do this. Active client. Get out of here, stupid keys. No one likes you. Okay. ID. No, SID. SID. So it would just be request dot SID. If this works. Okay. Why did active client not trigger this time? Let's just get rid of call entirely for right now. Working on callback status. Sessions found. No audio. That's not. No. Yeah, I'm not seeing this now. Active client. Let me double check this. Maybe I need to get rid of the stupid connection thing in the other one. So let's just go back. Let's go back to this. Because that's known working. Okay, so we have a SID and we have active client. Okay. So we could try to, and then we could do self SID equals Flickr. Good job, Katie, compositor. You're the best. Yay. Okay, so we're going to do this. And then and this and that. Okay. So maybe that. I mean, it won't do a response. I could change this to an emit and we see what happens. Okay, kill this. Restart. Some was never closed. What was never closed? Request SID. Oh, that's fair. Okay. Back. Start rip. Okay, client. Never did a SID thing. What do you want? Phone? Sure. Okay. When in doubt, digging through requests is always helpful, but there's no request. That's the problem. I'm not seeing one. Okay, well, emit didn't work, so let's try call. Call. Kill that. Restart. Go back. Start rip. Okay. Web interface object has no attribute SID. Uh. Rich Files, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 7 months. I appreciate that. No attribute SID, huh? Well, let's just try this. SID equals blank. And then callback self SID. Printf debugging. Wait, that acted like it should have worked. Why? I mean, theoretically, it should be waiting for a response here, but it's never going to get one. Timeout. Yeah, there we go. So we know for a fact it's at least attempting to send it. It's just, and it's not getting a response back. Call status. Okay. I mean, I feel like that was somewhat progress. Later, we'll obviously have to make a list that stores all the client session things. Dude, it drives me nuts how much they only document emitting events when literally that's only half of the equation. You can't emit an event without also being able to receive it. Register a new handler for the given event. I mean, is that not correct? Maybe now I should pull it out of there. Should I use WSS? I have no idea. Oh no, I didn't use WebSockets for anything. So every single one of my other web data transfer projects uses a cache file of JSON data, and then it just provides that to the web interface. And I did that mostly because I didn't know how many clients would be connecting to it. So like for right now, for example, the server at home is reading the chat JSON. I have two computers here that are reading the chat JSON. The two computers here are also reading the donation JSON, but the server at home is not reading that. So there's one server running that is reading all of that data to all those clients. And it needs to be able to update that in one place. And that ends up working out really, really well. For this, it's generally going to be one client. It's theoretically possible there could be multiple clients. I don't know. I might regret this later. But here's the thing. Here's how I'm looking at this. There is one minor problem with this that I haven't figured out how I want to solve yet. So the way that this software works is it is a cascading decoding of different things. So we start out for a CD with ripping to a bin queue. In the future, we might go up a level and rip to an RU file and then decode to a bin queue. But for right now, we're starting with a bin queue. This gets decoded in this example to an ISO 9660 disk image. And then we can decode that into individual files because this is a driver disk for a peripheral. So we have these different stages here, and these are handled through I'm going to call it a tagging system, where every time a handler for a file type runs on this, it will then go back and add or it'll return a data type, and when it returns a data type, it says that the previous one was processed by it, and then it adds a new data type to the object, and then it will iterate through all data types that are here, and if this data type handler can handle the data type that it is looking at, then it will attempt to decode it into something else. So in theory, you could have multiple decoders for the same kind of data type, and you could have nested data types. Like, let's say you knew that you had, well, this is where this gets really, really messy. And I don't know how much I want to hard code this and handle this kind of thing. We could have how many data types and data handler? Yeah, it's kind of, it's weird. So the thing that I don't track right now that I'm considering tracking is that there is no hierarchy to this. So I do not associate that this ISO 9660 data came from this bin queue. And I'm wondering if I should right now change that, because that might make it possible to use JSON for this instead. Which wasn't really my goal, but it's kind of looking like the easier solution. If I'm going to do that, though, I got to figure out how to structure the directories, because this is going to be a pretty fundamental change. And I'm not, like, crazy thrilled with it. So let me give you an example of a potential problem with this, okay? You have a CDR. This is a real-world example that you could actually run into, okay? You have a CDR with 2 sessions on it, okay? The 2 sessions have completely different data on them. They can both be ripped to bin queue, and they can both be extracted to an ISO 9660. Currently, the way this works is it numbers the bin queues with the postfix for the session, and it numbers the ISO 9660s with a postfix for the session. In theory, maybe, though, what I want to do is put this in this folder to associate it with that. It's just, I don't know. Because we would end up with all the sessions there, and it would becomes slightly more difficult to keep track of them. I don't know. This is one of those areas where the architecture of the software really matters, and a strong plan for it would probably be a good idea. If I did this, though, I would want to change the internal logic for how it handles data decoding, though, because it would probably make more sense to do that. And then it would need to have some recursive logic, because we would have to dive down through everything. So, like, you'll notice there's a music brains folder here. It generates this and the bin queue at the same time. And it generates the wave folder at the same time it generates the ISO 9660 folder, because while you have the CD in is the only time that you can really check the sector offsets to get a disk ID that you can use for a music brains request. So that has to be done in the CD handler. So that outputs two different data types. Then bchunk, which is how I extract the ISO 9660 file system from the bin queue, also extracts waves. And I use that, so it's just blah. Yeah, AI, it's awful. In theory, this attempts to handle the many different CD types, but I am not aware of a good way. So, like, if you have a Blue Book enhanced CD and you want to extract the files out of it, it seems like your best option is actually just to mount it and copy the files. Because if you try and rip it to a bin queue, then your LBA offsets are all incorrect and you can't actually pull the data out of the bin queue. That is not handled by this. I don't know if Aru handles that yet either. CDs are just one of the things it handles, though. It handles floppy disks as well. Arguably better. Because CDs just suck. CDs are the best, worst format ever. All right, let's try this maybe a different way. Let's skip all the WebSocket stuff. Let's try JSON. All right. CDs are good. They're just terrible. It's a complicated relationship. Everything has a limited capacity. All right. I need to finish working on so AI, that will never be an objective of this. I don't think that's a good idea for how to work. So the way this works is you build a CSV of disks that you intend to rip. So you can set up your stack of disks, but you need to put the name of every single one of them in a file first. Then you can process your queue of disks. And for that, you only have to take the old disk out, put the new one in, and hit enter to continue. But you should have a name for every single one of them already put in there. So yes, that is handled by it. You can do !GitHub and find my PyDiscRip repo. So rip list CSV. This is the section that you want. So this program takes a CSV parameter that holds data about the drive and the media that's in it, as well as the name and description. CSV may optionally tell the software what format it is if it's not an optical disk. So yeah, you can see these are some examples of how you would handle different kinds of media here. But yeah, so you just make a CSV, and do that. So. Yeah, I think I rip out all the socket stuff, which is actually not going to be that hard. So we get rid of this. We leave that. We leave that. We leave that. Okay, we get rid of that. We can get rid of that. And then over here, we just start app run. Get rid of this and get rid of that. That I believe will work. All right, go back. I'm going to delete the folder just to make sure that the full process succeeds. Start rip. Error. Object has no... Oh, yeah, I did. There's a callback. Hold on. Start rip. There we go. Now it's working. All right, that's better. Wait, why am I getting socket.io stuff? Oh, wait, does this have that cached? Or, no, this has it still. That's right. We don't want any of that. That's fine for now. Actually, I can just get rid of this. There. All right, none type, not callable. Oh, yeah. So get rid of this and go back to this. No, leave that. That needs to stay. That. Okay. Oh, it's just falling back to polling. You don't lose much by doing the polling yourself, and then it's plain request in JSON. Yeah. Yeah, I think this, as much as I don't really want to do this, this will be the easier solution in the long run. Okay. All right, let's try this. So I'm going to make a function, def media sample status. Okay, self media sample. And then we're just going to pprint. No. We should JSON serialize, however you do that. I don't remember how you do that. How does one do that? Python, JSON, dump. That's it. Okay, so we JSON dumps, media sample. And then, oh, that's right. Wait a minute. How? Okay, I know why I didn't want to do this now. I know why I wanted it to be WebSockets. So here's the problem with Flask. You hard code all of the endpoints that you make accessible to the browser. So I would have to hard code the endpoint to the RIP project. I've never tried adding one of these dynamically. Maybe it's possible. So with WebSocket, I was just going to read it and just send it data. But now if I'm doing a JSON file, it's got to actually like exist. Better yet, parameterize them. What do you mean by that? Routing parameters. Is there a Flask REST thing? I mean, I don't know. You just put a Flask on a table, don't you? Wait, that's a thing you could do? So, if I do, let's say, yeah, let's try it. Let's just say we do rip ID name, maybe. Do I have to F string this, or is that acceptable? Then I could do web rip data. And then that would take a parameter that would be name? Every other web framework can do it? Oh, you naive fool. All right. Python Flask add URL rule. No app route decorator. The way that I am doing this, you never use that. Ah, there it failed. I don't know why this is getting disabled, but yeah, it's not working. All right, let's look at this. Add route rule parameter options view function. So I'm not seeing that there. For URL route registrations, okay. For variable parts can be specified with angular brackets. Oh, okay. Okay. By default, a variable part of the URL accepts any string without a slash. However, different converter can be specified as well. Converter name, okay. String path, okay. So you do route, username, okay. And then that takes a parameter. Okay, that'll work. We can do that. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Rip data. Okay. So self web rip data. Let's figure this out. Int. Yeah, I'm not using an int. You'll see. You'll see. No. See. Def this self ID data ID. Okay. All right. So how do I want to handle this? Something I'm not even sure I have actually implemented here. Output. I don't. Okay. I never did. I'm so smart. Why would I add features that I thought I had? Okay. Probably have to add that to config at some point, but we'll not worry about that yet. Okay. So let's start off by assuming we're going to run the web server in a directory where all of our archive results are going to go. So one thing I haven't demonstrated is that I am technically running it in that directory, but there's no reason I have to. I could go to my archiving directory here, and then I could run it here as well. And that fully works. There is nothing stopping me from doing that. That will rip and run just fine. The results will get stored there. That all works. I've already programmed everything to look for the origin folder of the code for referencing the web stuff. So that all is perfectly functional. Why is it still trying to do this? Did I not save that? I did save that. Where is it getting this WebSocket nonsense? Is there a client open still with it loaded? It's probably that one. Yeah, get that out of here. Okay. So for right now, what I'm saying is this is going to be the ID. And we'll use that as part of the path, which I know it has like a whole path thing. We're not going to do that. So let's say, I believe the current folder is this. So, okay. Send file, data ID, data.json. Actually, media sample JSON. Okay. Data ID, okay. Would be the name for it. You specify the ID, it's the name. Maybe we should just standardize it to name or something. I don't know. What do you want? Phone. Okay. Hold on, we're probably about to change topics here. One moment. Let me do this on a different screen. Stupid thing called work is done. Yeah, I hate that thing. You know, that I'm doing right now. One moment here. Dude, why is Gmail taking so long to load? Look at ultra rare computer I just won on eBay? No. That was yesterday. Oh my god, it's making me type in a password. Where's the lens cloth? Here, lens cloth. You know what? There's a giant one right here. Look, it's Uber lens cloth. Whoa! Oh, actually, that's a little more difficult to do now that I put a lens hood on there. Yeah, that worked. Okay. All right. Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, there we go. Hold on. Okay. All right. So we are temporarily doing this, but our objective may change here in a bit. We'll see. All right, what are we doing today? Currently, we are working on my Python-backed disk ripping script, and I'm trying to add a web interface. Oh, there we go. Saw you read an email in real time. Yeah, okay, there we go. All right, we're changing tactics, or changing objectives here. For a little bit at least. For just a short amount. Okay. So, Good Kenergy here has a dot. And has possibly the most outrageous dot you could possibly imagine. It has a Z80, which turns out not to be a card. It is a chip that goes on the motherboard, and the motherboard requires extensive modifications in order to work. Did you get your ROM ripping solved, by the way, with the 1-bit issue? I know people were talking about that. I wasn't able to follow that. Anyway, Good Kenergy just sent me an email with a file that is a new dot program, potentially. So we're going to attempt to write this and run it on the dot and see if it works. So I have my new dot right here. We'll attempt it on that because the other dot is currently exploded across the office. Benefit of having two of them, I suppose. We just need to verify that the disk structure here is correct. So let me just dot folder right here and I'll move this over. So I'll say this, Good Kenergy, you rip this as a SuperCard Pro format file. Personally, I prefer CryoFlux RAW. It works better with some disk types like hard sector, and when it's just easier to standardize on one format that can do everything. I don't know. I said something about disk sectors. It's hard sector disks, but it's not super critical. But if you were going to ask me what my preference is, I would say CryoFlux RAW, which you rip by providing track 00.0.raw as your output file name. Don't worry about Kate, it's just having a little bit of a problem today. So you make that your output file name, and then it will populate the rest of the files. So, all right. This is our dot disk image. Let me look at this. Also, it would be better if you ripped everything you possibly can from the disks. Don't worry about only ripping the data that's actually there. So like you mentioned, the single side and the and tracks 0 through 69, go ahead and just rip all 83 tracks in both sides that your drive can handle, because you never know what's on there. You can decode all of that flux data into the final disk image later, and I'm going to do that here, so you'll see this process in real time. So we're going to run HXC just to look at the flux here really quick. You'll see this loads super duper fast because it's an SEP. Okay, so we have 8 sectors, single-sided, 70 track, bit of data there. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Try ripping it that way. Okay, I see you there. So that looks correct. Okay. So if you want to try this, you don't have to do this. So on my wiki, you can find information about the computer devices dot, including this greaseweasel disk def. Shouldn't have spent so long trying to mute. Oh my gosh. Ah. This can be used to, I don't remember the gap thing being here. Anyway, this can be used to decode this. So I'm going to paste this as disk def dot conf. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to open a terminal here, and then we can GW convert disk defs, and then diskdef.conf, and then format IBM dot, and then input will be this, output will be, I'll use the same file name, but I'm going to name it .img. GW convert unrecognized disk defs. It would help if I spelled that correctly. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to be able to convert all of that data. We are Yeah, something happened here. 8 out of 8 sectors. What happened? So it looks like it missed track 69. Let me look at this in HXC. Let's look at it in track view, actually. So track number 68 is good. 69 is bad. That's weird. So it thinks track 0 is actually what it thinks is track 0 is actually track 1. So here's a sector ID 1, track ID 0. So track 68, track ID 68, side ID 0. Yeah, maybe the last track is just gone? That's weird. Could be copy protection. I think that's a little bit much of a benefit of the doubt there. Okay, so what do we got here? That's a single-sided blank disk. That's all data general. Where did I rip the blank ones to? So that's what I just made today. That's not it. Maybe I deleted them because they were totally blank. I don't know. All right, well, here's what we can do. We can try writing this and see what we get. So we're only missing 4K of data, and it's the least useful data. So we can see what that looks like. I am going to use a double density disk, and I will just tape the shutter. Oh, you know what? I can use one of my HPs. That would be fine. Where's the one I've been messing with for that? It's going to be back here. It's going to be somewhere around here. Maybe I put it back in here, and I'll just grab another one. Okay. All right, I'm going to write this disk, and we will see what happens. So GW write. Actually, I'm just going to steal this. I'm going to write the digitized file because they should be functionally the same, and writing a digitized file is usually better. And then we'll see what the real computer thinks of it. The other benefit to writing the digitized file is that it can validate it as you write it. By the way, for those playing along at home, the data rate of this disk is less than half of what we were playing around with yesterday. Yeah, the other funny thing, if it was copy protection, it would completely invalidate the whole concept of DOT being able to convert these, or convert 5 1/4 inch discs to these. So it really shouldn't be that. All right. That camera's not on. One moment. Here, let me tap this and that. And let me turn this on. We're going to turn a DOT on for the first time on stream here, actually. We hadn't done that yet. What? How do you figure that? How do you think they would copy a 5 1/4 inch disc to this floppy and maintain copy protection, say like Microsoft Adventure? Boom, DOT. Look at it. It's beautiful. Be more beautiful without the stupid amber filter, but still beautiful. Okay. It needs power, which may or may not exist around here. It looks like not. Let me go get a cable. I'm sure there's 12 of those cables sitting around over there that I'm not seeing, but I'll just go grab another one instead. Like the Mexico filter. Take some engineering effort, but what does that have to do with the price of fish? Ben, I have no idea what you are talking about. Referring back to the video, the dealers for DOTs were given an offer to have a kit that cost them $8,000 that could convert IBM formatted disks to work with the DOT. Any copy protected disks would not work. All right. So I recently saw, slow, just added the disk def. Pull that down there. All right, no problem. Okay, I got no idea what you're trying to say then, Ben. All right, I'm going to boot the suboptimal operating system disk here, just because, like, why mess up the good one? All right, here we go. Boom. I love this computer. It's so cool. All right, MS-DOS version 1.25. Boom. All right, we can dir that floppy. Okay. So this is my original DOS disk that came with the first machine, not this one. This is the disk image that Geek on a Mission just sent me. Let's see what this does. That's valid. That worked. Okay. Dir. That seems maybe not good. Methinks we have power issues. It was only the graphics card, though. Okay, well, theoretically, we can continue here. Okay, that's... Sure, why not? Dir star.com. Is that valid on this? It is. Okay, there's a command com and RM. Here we go. I forget what this was. It was some kind of report manager. I think that was it. Data dimension. It's attempting to... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! That's it. That's a widescreen program running. Yes! Dude, I don't care if it's Kmart VisiCalc. Having anything that properly supports the widescreen is incredible. Oh, man. Okay, that's insane. That is super duper cool. Oh, that rocks. Oh, man, that's awesome. All right, well, I don't want to run this for too long because, as we saw, the power supply needs some help. But, yeah, you're on the right path there. Okay, so it's gonna work. Oh, that's awesome. Best DOS and glorious VistaVision, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a video RAM glitch. I suspect that the power supply flickered a little bit for whatever the video RAM is. So now you can calculate what happens if you fire the engineering department and invest in yeah. Oh, that's so awesome to see. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna leave this set up and ready to test. If there's anything else you wanna validate, Geek on a Mission. Is that the first recorded run of a widescreen dot program? Yes, actually, it is. That is the first time on video a widescreen dot application has ever been run, to the best of my knowledge. Now, is there a program you know of you want me to check the stack for? Volkswriter. Definitely Volkswriter. That's the word processing program that was designed to be widescreen and use the printer because the display can show 132 characters. I had a feeling you did. I think I saw that. It can display 132 characters, which is the same width as the printer. So it's close to what you see is what you get editor in that regard. Whereas most computers would have been 80 column and then it wouldn't have quite been the same. So yeah, if you want to image that and send that, I can check the... if you're trying the CryoFlux format, we can look at that. CryoFlux is a little bigger. One of the reasons CryoFlux is bigger is you can record multiple revs of data. So what it will do is it'll oversample the flux data on here, and then you can take an average or throw out bad reads of the disks within that data, so it holds a little more. Maybe SuperCard can do that, but that's one of the reasons that I use CryoFlux. But yeah, that's so awesome. I'm so excited. What does GW say about track 69? So good, so bad? It couldn't, there was nothing. The flux was basically erased on that. So yeah. Oh, that's awesome. All right. If you're gonna, SCP can do that? Okay. I wasn't sure. It sounded somewhat familiar. All right. If you're gonna do that right now, I'm gonna take a second to do a weird mini side task here. All right, this is a Panasonic RQ1525. This is a portable reel-to-reel recorder, dictation machine kind of doodad. Look at it. It's friggin' incredible. Oh my gosh. The 50s, 60s design of texture is incredible. Anyway, it actually works. I'm just not sure if it needs belts or if it needs the belts to be exercised. So it will make sound. Oh, that's not running. Hold on, just a little. That was spinning before. It's getting better. I think it's going to be music. It was kind of identifiable there for a second. Oh, no, 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 no. Stop. Oh, drat. Now I got to respool. All right. If you guys have never seen this. So what I need to do is the tape came off of here. I need to feed it into the other reel. Man, they recorded right to the end on that thing, too. I need to feed it into the other one. And then into this section. And then put some tension on it. Right there. There we go. Now I'm just going to rewind. Come on, you know you can do it. Can those reels even be found today? Not too difficult, I think. Oh, it claims this is side 2. I might have been able to flip it. Oh, it wants to work so bad. Rewind by hand, maybe faster. Yeah. Wonder if it's a needle drop off air recording. So one of the cool things about this is that it has an input on here labeled radio for directly recording the radio. So there's a good chance that it is that. I don't want this one to come off. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, I'm gonna go a little bit more and then have it go the other direction. All right, let's stop there and play. It's at least identifiable as music now. Copyright strike incoming. If they match this, they earned it. This is pretty jammin', happening music for this kind of thing. Aww. Current house. We're currently waiting for a disk image for the dot. So we're taking an impromptu break. I bought this at Goodwill recently. And I wanted to try just letting it run for a bit to see if the belts sorted themselves out. And it kind of seems like they may. There's not a lot of tape on this. Oh, there are voices. After it fades out again, I'm going to try flipping it and see what happens. It's going to be close here. Okay, it's right now. So I'm going to try it. Oh, that's right. I don't know how. Because these are weird. Oh, we might be on call for. Oh, let me see. No, not yet. Okay. Anyway, these have like a screw flathead that holds them down. I've never seen that before. So let me grab. So it rotates with the. Okay, that's kind of awesome. It pushes out a spring that retains it. Dude, that's incredible. That's smart. So a coin can be used to loosen that. Okay, this thing's awesome. Okay, let's see if there's anything on side 2. It is. I know you guys can't hear it. Angry K9, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Awesome, thank you. I appreciate that. And for 5 months there. All right. Kind of like CPU retaining board post in a Power Mac G5. I am not familiar with that enough. So am I going to replace the caps? These are pretty bad caps in that regard. Depending on use, I don't know. The caps are not the problem with this right now. All right, let's see if there's anything on this side. I don't know how you fast forward. It says somehow you can. I don't think the record button does it. No. Oh, fast forward's here. And does nothing? Well, it's trying. Interesting. There may just not be anything on this side. Which, if that's the case... $60 years later, I didn't know you could flip those tapes. Yeah. So the head is on one half of the tape. So yeah, you can flip them. All right, so this is record. I'm going to turn the volume way down here because I need to be able to see the level and what it looks like. Okay. This is the radio input. I'm not seeing the level change at all. That's not a great sign. Oh, now I hear it. Aha! Okay, hold on. Let's just record some Sonic Frontiers to reel for a second. Do you think anyone will have ever recorded dubstep to reel before? There's not that much longer on the song. I'm going to let it run out here. Record a bunch of these Scatterman various estate sales. Yeah, digitalized tape, someone probably has. Honestly, it's kind of would be a really good tape scratch system. Oh no! Ah! Well, that worked out. The song did end. Right as that was happening. All right, let's see if record works in a moment here. When is tape on archive.org? Yeah. Oh, that's doing a lot better this time. Okay. I might have had the input a little hot. Interesting. Why was it working? It might have been working better when it was quieter. All right, so we're going to go back. We know how to record now. So we'll rewind, which is working so much better here. Where are we at? Give it a little more. Is that my email to stop? Not yet. We still got time. Okay, a little more, not too much more. Okay, let's stop there. Okay, hold on. File sent my way. Okay, give me one moment. I want to try one more record. Something is funky. You know what? Let me try one other thing. I'm going to replace this cable with a stereo one in case connecting the two stereo channels on the FIO is messing it up. And yes, resetting the tape counter is the correct call. There. The tape counter is working, by the way. What are we doing? Literally anything at all, apparently, today. Okay. Okay, I'm going to leave it for a second here. Those are at home, Dziak. Okay, so the sound is good around 10. Okay, I'm going to run it to 25 and then I'll stop it and check. Okay. Now rewind. It's working. It's not happy. Well, that sounds really good there. And then static. Weird. I don't know what it is. Huh. Dirty level pot? It's very likely. And dirty connector for sure. That's definitely dirty. But it's weird that I think it's going to be something to do with the record circuitry because it sounds good during playback. So it being the volume pot or the input doesn't make as much sense. Anyway, let's go write a floppy and try Volkswriter, I suspect. Tape might be sticking on the head. Yeah, there's, yeah, this is, actually, that's not too bad. The capstan roller. It's not great, but yeah, nice that it works is really nice that it works. Panasonic always made incredible stuff in this time, so yeah, it looks so ridiculously good. Okay. $1,500 upstage by $5 tape deck, yeah. All right, let me go grab this. Let's go work on disk imaging. Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. Good Kenergy. I've been meaning to mess around with that for a while. That was the right one. But it didn't. Oh, I see what's going on. There we go. Okay. Okay, Volkswriter might not be on here. Looks like the label is scratched out. Images each disk with files. Okay. I am grabbing the disk images. I added a really big light up here, by the way. I kind of mentioned this at the start. I think made the webcam look a lot better. It's more permanently mounted. I say more, it's not perfectly permanently mounted because this cable is literally like 4 inches away from my head this whole time. And I'm going to have to fix that, but it's looking better. All right. Yeah, I'm not really concerned about anyone's reviews of Volkswriter because literally any word processor that runs on the dot correctly is the best word processor for the dot. So it doesn't matter how good it is or not. Okay, so I'm looking at the flux here. That's, ooh, I don't like that. That disk was slightly damaged and it looks like it was in the data area, unfortunately. That's not great. Although, according to the decoded data, it may not have been important. So we might have got off easy there. You already found WordStar. Oh, really? Okay. I don't know if that will have been made to work correctly with the dot. That would be awesome. Volkswriter, Microsoft Multiplan, and one other program that I don't remember were officially advertised for the dot in dot hardware advertisements. So those are the 3 that I think are the most likely to work with this. But your report manager program there does show that there were other ones that could be out there. Datamation, that was who made that, right? Did they made Volksrider too, didn't they? So it could be that. But all right, that's looking pretty good overall. So let's try and decode this. So we can convert that, and then I'm going to use the same format IBM dot, but what I'm going to do is provide Volksrider track 00.0.raw, and then Volksrider.img life tree. Oh, okay. So yeah, the one bad sector, excuse me, two bad sectors. No, two tracks had one bad sector. I know how to read. But that's pretty good. Okay. And I will attempt to write this. So let's see how it goes. Let's see you play more with Report Manager. It looks to be spreadsheet software, which could be incredible. I do too, but I don't want to run the dots for extended periods of time before I recap them. Because as we saw, the video card had a little oopsie. And I don't want to exacerbate that. All right, here we go. Yeah, at some point, don't worry. I'm super duper interested in it. That reel-to-reel player worked out way better than I thought it would. I think that thing has a future. I have a small Sony one somewhere like that too, that I think it is at least stereo. I would like to get it going too, but I think it had deeper issues. That one just worked. All right, there we are. Let's see. I could try booting this. The other one looked like it had command comm, so it might have been bootable. So this one maybe is. Or I could just not push my luck. One moment. I need to make the chat text size smaller. There we go. All right. We're not looking at coffee. There we go. Dock Order. I am not familiar with that brand. All right. Also, Geek on a Mission, I am super excited your machine actually fired up. That's awesome that yours works as well. So far, it's been a 100% success rate. I'm also stunned that your floppy drives worked. I'm just as stunned that these worked too. All right, here we go. Dir. File not found. Huh. Make sure it didn't just die. No? Okay. Well, that's not ideal, yeah. Trying to think of what else it could be. Try to boot it? Yeah, actually, yeah. That's a very fair call. Very, very fair. I always forget that's a thing. Don't tell me there is a dot booter. That would be hilarious. Although it looks like it did just fail. But it attempted, I think. Wonder why that was scratched out? Maybe. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it did something, but that may have also been the machine attempting to boot anything. You know what? I'm not going to put one of those in there. I'm going to put a blank HP disk in there, and we'll see if it behaves the same. That's exactly the same. No, no, it didn't attempt to boot. This is exactly the same as the other. All right. Found multiplan and multiplan demo disk. Awesome. If you want to rip one of those and send it, maybe just the multiplan disk, it always has the cursor because the cursor is always there. Zafida, he literally has the discs in his hands. Moved on from programming. No, we're probably going back to it. So no, you don't get to tell me to change the title. If you want to rip multiplan, I'll try that so we can verify that it isn't the CryoFlux format somehow. I don't know. With a computer a long time ago, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, for now I am going to go back to the programming. I will take this one with me. I don't think we really need to do a sanity check on the disk that had bad sectors and was scratched out. I feel like it's probably just bad. Again, that's not a great looking disk. Oh, that's kind of weird. Huh. I didn't notice that the first time around. There are echoes of the data on the backside? I've never seen that before. Yeah, so that probably means I'm gonna guess that was a disc like this, Geek on a Mission. I don't know if you're watching currently. It would help if I had the camera up. That would let you see that. One moment. I'm guessing it was a disk that looked like this. Just try to rip multiplan with the shutter closed. Oh, at least that's not in the dot drive. Anyway, I'm guessing the Volkswagen disk was a disk like this that has the round shutter and that fully manually slides. Matter of fact, I'm not even sure I saw any auto shutter disks in your collection. The magnetic coercivity of these is different. And you sent a pic? Okay. Looking folder. Oh, it was in there. Oh, perfect. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so these are different. So the drive, they may have a thinner Mylar, and if this was written on a newer drive, it may have written through it. Could that mess up HXC? So we're not actually using HXC to do the decoding. We're using Greaseweasel. HXC I only use for visualizing the flux. It can do decoding, but I don't know how to make custom formats. I think you have to do it in C and like hard code it, so it's not as easy. I might be wrong, but so we use the Greaseweasel software to decode because, as you saw, it's just the text file. It's super easy to make a disk definition. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is that the media is just different, and then this was not written on an appropriate drive. That's my guess. This makes me wonder what would happen if you had two sides of data, because you would be weakening one side, probably the top side. Try going back to single-sided reading. No, it doesn't matter. It won't make a difference. It only generates twice as much data-ish, and it lets us capture the top side to make sure everything looks correct, and that there's not anything hidden on there. Well, unlike a 5 1/4 inch disc, you can't exactly flip a 3 1/2, but it's not impossible. I should not put that in that box. It's not impossible that it could have been formatted in a later drive. So, wonder if it tried to write both. So, the disk definition on the TechTangent site here specifically tells it heads 1, and it will only write the top side. And when we convert the file into a digital disk image, like this, in this, we eliminate the analog component to the data, so this just doesn't exist in that image. Same thing with this blue area here, that doesn't exist. This area will be all periods or E5s or whatever it's shown there. Matter of fact, I can just open it in a hex editor and we can take a look at it. So, oh, well that would be why I didn't boot. Wait a minute, is there literally any data on it? Oh, wow. No, this thing was blanked. Yeah, that's why there's nothing on it. So there's a text file, and that's it. Oh, wait, there's maybe a program. Possibly an Oki data driver. Okay, yeah, no, that disk is just hosed. No, it was wiped. Yeah. What? This is a brief description of the CRT board. The dot works. The main something locks are provided. Main clocks are provided by Crystal Y2 and clock trip U68. What is this? Yeah. So Geek Intermission. If you want to set up like a Google Drive folder or something where you can just upload these, I will happily go through and decode them all and validate them all, because I think the other benefit is going to be looking through the decoded data like this with these particular disks, because it does seem like there's some funky stuff going on in these. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but on the official MS-DOS 1.25 boot disk, the source code for the ms-dos io.sys file was left in there as a deleted file. So the contents of the source code is on the disk, but it doesn't have a file header. So it doesn't show up when you dir. But we were able to pull out the source code using this kind of data extraction. So even disks that may seem like they're not worth looking at are definitely worth imaging. And then we can decode them like this to see if we can extract anything extra off of there. So yeah, and your process there where you're taking photos, perfect as well. Why is it sector gap so big? Because they were going to add 9 sectors and then thought, you know what, 9's a weird number for computers. Let's not. One moment. Okay. Okay, Mr. David Rowland, Software House, Jackson, October. As per your request, I'm forwarding your dealer package containing a dealer features a version of Volkswagen. What? What? No, not dealer conversion kit. Copy as ASCII string. Hold on. 1982 October. Okay. That is way too early for the dot, okay? But if you remember, I think I theorized they had it done in about September. Okay, as per your request, I'm forwarding you a dealer package containing the dealer information sheet, dealer agreement, and features of the new version of Volkswagen 1.2. Dealer demonstration disc is still, I'm going to guess, in production and will be sent to you automatically when we receive it. If after reviewing the information I have sent, you are interested in becoming a dealer, please complete the dealer agreement, return it to us with your initial purchase order. Any questions may answer, contact directly. Kathy Meredith, dealer program manager. Interesting. David Rowland. In Jackson, Minnesota, I'm guessing? Huh. Went to college there? All right, let's look at this one. Copy as ASCII string. Okay, this is a brief description of the CRT board the dot works. The main clocks are provided by Crystal Y2 and clock chip U68. Clock is then divided down by U56 and U57 and provides the RAS and CAS control lines for the RAM as well as the clock for the CRT controller chip U29. It also provides the clocks for the graphics and character generator. Okay, controller chip provides vertical and horizontal sync, CRT address, a RAM through octal D flip-flops. Also controls character ROM. CRT board is addressed by the system through octal D flip-flops and is read into RAM. The RAM is 2 banks of 8 RAM chips per bank. Information is sent through U30 and U21 to register graphics information. It's information whether it's graphics or characters. The information, whether it is graphics or characters, is then, so there's your 100% confirmation it supports graphics. It's sent to hex D flip-flop and hex buffer, which outputs the CRT. Data from the system and data from the CRT board to the system is handled through bidirectional buffer U74 and latch. Control address data lines are demuxed through U44. Man, this is like, if we were looking at a schematic, this would make it seem a lot nicer to look at the thing. And then the file is deleted or fragmented to somewhere else. Oh, that's perfect. I just got the Google Drive folder. Is this Volkswriter disk provided by the viewer? Yes. And that is basically everything it contains. That text eventually became 414 in the service manual. That's awesome. Or maybe it was transcripted from the service manual as a test. I'm going to grab this. Volkswriter release 1.2. Let's just see what we get here. Okay, let's not copy it as hex data. Okay, summary of modifications. Volkswagen 1.2 incorporates some significant enhancements over predecessors. Left and right margins can be set at the ruler line. Well, we want no margins because, like, printer. When entering insert mode, the cursor becomes larger and more visible and gives a clear indication you're in insert mode. How? It's character display. Wesley, I thought I replied. But the answer is yes. That's weird. I don't know what it is. You're talking to someone who owns a Zavix port, so weird stuff, yes. Okay, from an underscore to a block. Okay, that's great. Okay, when entering insert mode, the cursor becomes large, more visible. Okay, when in insert mode, tab key will actually insert spaces into the text until the next tab setting. Again, this is useful for creating outlines, for writing indented programs, or for writing indented programs. Okay, they want you to do software development in Volkswriter. Interesting. Most word processors are not recommended for that, so I wonder how it handles that. Capital tab key. Okay. Now functions as paragraph indent key. That's kind of clever. When pressed, but you know, shift enter would have worked too. When pressed, the cursor skips to the next tab stop and sets left margin there. Until you press the enter key to dictate the end of the paragraph. Okay, subscripts and superscripts can be indicated in the text, will be printed as such. Ooh, that's fancy. Usually I have a special option of loading, saving plain text files in WordStar. It's called non-document mode. All right. Maybe they wrote the manual in Volkswagen. I don't know. There should be 2 disks for me there now. I see multi-plan and time manager. Awesome. Oh, that's gonna be excellent. Okay, I'm gonna download multi-plan. Okay. One multi-plan to actually WordStar. If we don't have Volkswriter, WordStar would be preferable. It'd be nice to know if that's full width. If that's a modified, a custom version of WordStar, do we actually know how to use multi-plan to show the demo? That shouldn't be too hard to figure out. I can't remember. Do you have the manual for multi-plan? I know you had some. I don't remember if that was one of them. Let's see. Okay. Bring this up. Don't remember, don't think so. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Oh, first let me look at multi-plan in HXC. See if we're in for a bad time. Ooh, what on earth happened there? 1, 2, 3, 14 files. We're missing tracks. Oh, you know what? I bet it might still be uploading on your computer. Yeah, okay. It was probably still uploading. Let me delete this and re-download. I was like, that's not even possible. Well, there. Now we know what the behavior of what you call it, HXC is when you don't have a disk image track thing. It will just skip it. There we go. That looks a lot better. Okay. All right. So, multi-plan, track 00. Looks like you are ripping single-sided only 69 tracks there. Multiplan.img. Okay. I'm just going to chuck that in the hex editor real quick light. Yep, that's some stuff. That looks bootable. That's definitely bootable. Okay, so we'll just boot that. CRT 8025.exe. Interesting. All right, let's write it, see what we get. Scroll a little further. What do you mean? MS-DOS 1.25? Is that what you're looking for? These recent ones were format IBM dot instead of calling tracks and heads manually. So when you're reading the disks, you don't have to provide a format at all. So you can just skip the disk def and format part and just do GW read track 00.0.raw. If you do provide the format, it'll look at that and say, oh, these are the only tracks that I actually need to look at for this, which is fine. It's just I prefer to oversample is all. All right, yeah, let's write this. I keep locking the shutter because I don't trust anything. Okay, write multiplan.img. Here we go. The demos will be a good get because those will probably allow us to do graphics. Because I bet it shows charting. I bet that's what they show in the ads. Is a multi-plan doing like bar graphs and stuff. I was looking for the IO version number. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, because there's a... we have a known change log for that, don't we? Hold on. Why is ASCII not an option for encoding? IOSys version 1.0. That looks a little weird. Version of Grease Weasley to recommend ESP30. I'm not aware of an ESP32 based one. I'm still not sure. F1. Simplest method using direct link. Okay. Yeah, just get the USB-C one. Just the current one. You can get the old one too if you want. So here is the whatever most recent modern USB-C one is. It's not the one that I'm currently using, but I could drop it and it would be just fine. I could swap these out and it would work totally perfectly for me. So I'm using, I don't even know which one. Probably, I have no idea. But just get, I don't know. Blue pill based. I have no idea. They're probably all fine. I don't see any real use anything but the latest. Yeah, just get whatever the newest one is. That's all that matters. All right, let's go test this disk. It should boot. We should be able to do super exciting spreadsheets and have the time of our lives. It'll be so exciting. Okay, here we go. Microsoft Multiplan. This computer's still awesome. That's booting. 2.001. There you go, Ben. It was 2.00.01. Microsoft Multiplan version 1.04 and wide. Oh, yes. Oh, that rocks so much. Why do I have to enter a number like I'm playing chess to move? Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. Go to sell from move for, oh, that's like actual move. Oh, this is weird. Why can't I just move? Okay, maybe you're right. We aren't going to know how to run Multiplan. I'm sure it's similar to something else out there, or there's manuals for it for other systems. So it probably won't be that bad. But that's looking really good. How do I quit? Y to confirm. Okay. Dir. Okay, so we have CRT 8025. I'm going to run that because I want to see what it does. CRT 8025. That didn't change anything. Am I wrong and this is not wide? Could it be that this is 40 columns and that would be 80? I'm not 100% sure now. Posted something else? Okay. Let me grab phone. All right, hold on. It's oh my gosh. I can't remember, but I'll just say yes. I'll just say yes. I think I have one. I can't remember if I have that or an Intel or what. Put your DOS disk in and try mode V132. Yeah, we can try that. Assuming this one actually has it. But isn't it weirder than that? I'm pretty sure that command is not, it's not that. Hold on. Word start uploading now? Awesome. Nah, that's fine, Ben. You're just trying to help. It's a good point, though. You give me an opportunity to grab the manual and show off that, look, here's the manual. How did I never realize it was literally the last page? Okay, mode I. Blah, blah, blah. Possible choices. Well, that's... You can invoke the high-resolution graphics option with the mode interlace command. That's weird. For systems with the high-res graphics option. You mean I didn't get the Hercules board with it? Mode V colon 132X 25. Digital Ice Age, are you here? Oh wow, no, we haven't seen wide yet. That's very different. Okay, so multiplan, yes, you are here. Okay. Wikipedia has the resolution of this display listed wrong. It has it listed as 248 pixels tall when the manual says it's 254. I just thought you'd want to know. I forgot to post it to Discord at some point. All right. Possible multiplayer, yeah, because it only supports that. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, that makes sense. Go Gadget. Digital Ice Age is the one who wrote the article. The information they used was based off of a review of the computer that was itself incorrect. We did not know what the resolution of the display was until I bought this. But it didn't occur to me until I was trying to make a point to someone, and I looked that up, and that was incorrect. So yeah, I just figured you'd want to know that, Digital Ice Age. So yeah. So all right. WordStar, we can try that, and then I do want to get back to the programming a little bit more. So we'll try WordStar, but then I'm gonna focus on some other stuff. All right. Can't change Wikipedia without a published source. I have the manual scan on archive.org. That's a fact. You don't have to have like an external source for that. Is that a floppy disk? Yes, that one's like a nice little baby floppy disk. I have some real grown-up ones around here too. There you go. Here's one you may not have ever seen. This is an 8-inch floppy disk. That is way bigger than what most people used. Barely touched the entire article on doc because I don't want to throw people under the scent of what object was. Oh yeah, no. I just figured now that the video's out. Might want to. I did see some people have started to make some modifications now that the video's out. I appear to have lost internet on Sponge Wi-Fi, so I might have to reboot the Pi. I didn't notice this before. What? I was trying to jam the disc back in there and it was hitting something. There's like a little note in here about the discs. Okay, there, listen up. If you want this floppy disk to last and not lose any valuable information, you're gonna have to help us. The people here are getting a bit upset when they hear that some of their floppy disks have not been taken care of properly. So, here's what to do. Always keep your disks in the jacket and in a storage container when not in use. This keeps the dust devils from degrading your disk. You can order storage boxes called flip sorts from the same people who sold you these disks. Keep the floppy disks away from smoke, ashes, magnetic sources, i.e. paperclip holders, radios, etc., hot or cold temperatures, and never touch the recording surface with your fingers. Always keep a backup copy of disks which contain important information. You should make sure there is good control to prevent static electricity from building up, as static charge from carpet or nylon clothing can erase your disk. I don't think that's true. Never bend or treat your disk roughly by storing too many in tight quarters. Never write on labels after they're on the disk. A couple of quick notes in closing. The information on your floppy disk will only last as long as you care for it carefully and respectfully. And if you don't take care of these floppy disks, the nice gentleman on the front will be forced to drop by and improve your comprehension. Thanks for your help, the boys. From February 26, 1982. What? That's incredible. Yeah, we can scan that. That's pretty awesome. What's this from? From this box of floppy disks by Quiet Designs that was formatted for an AES Languor, I think like 90. That's amazing. I already have that box on archive.org, so I'm just going to scan this and add it to that. Oh, well, I would if I had internet over here. I have no idea how much that disc pack sold for. It would depend on the system that you were getting it for. Using these systems for custom to typewriters and paper copy. Yeah. Hold on. It's gonna reboot my Internet Pi. It's nice to be able to do that from here now. I'm probably never going to get an industrial SD card for the Pi. What's going to cost more, buying one industrial SD card or just continuing to use the free garbage ones that came with a bunch of other stuff? So, Noel, I have two internet sources in the office. One of them is, let's just say, weird. The second one is an LTE modem that shares a data plan with my phone. So this is the one that I just rebooted is a Raspberry Pi that bridges a Wi-Fi network to LAN in my office. But the streaming computer itself only uses LTE. I have this weird setup because I'm in an actual business office and your options for internet are business internet, which is super ridiculously overpriced. So I don't want to pay that. So I'm using pretty much any other solutions I can. Although it seems like it just died again after I rebooted. the thing. That's weird. How big needs the PySDB? It's just like 8 gigs. It's not much. Probably less if I wanted to actually cut out the GUI. Yeah, just lost internet again, excuse me. Let me try, oh my gosh, repositioning the Pi so it makes better connection. Let's see, empty cardboard box. I'll just use that as an insulating stand to get this up higher. There we go. And that might solve it. Maybe, who knows? You can't apply logic to things like networking. All right. Ping question. If I can only keep 100 megahertz analog scope, BK precision, or 50 megahertz DSO analog scope? Shoo! Shoo! Easy. Shoo! Oh gosh. The dot has not been recapped yet, no. Twist rabbit ears laying out of the window, yeah. The Pi is the Wi-Fi bridge. It's not in the mix. It's literally that. So, and I get to control it more directly this way. All right. I kind of have network, but it's not updating chat. I don't understand what's going on here. It seems spotty. Like, if I try to go to a different page on GitHub, that worked, but I'm not seeing chat. There it goes. Okay. Glad I'm not the only one having an allergy attack. I don't have allergies. Yeah, Phil, I don't think you understand how much I hate networking and just do not want to do it. I will do the absolute bare minimum amount of networking possible to not have to do more networking. All right, I am downloading WordStar right now. Well, I don't like that it's coming from Canada. That's going to cost more. Now. And clicking on that link killed my internet. No, I'm just kidding. But it did actually die a little bit. Oh my gosh, $26? Also 20 gigs? Weird. Also, how is it 3D NAND flash and SLC? Aren't those like two different things? Should I worry? Work for an ISP? Don't hate me? That depends on which ISP it is. Okay, WordStar. It's a single layer of 3D NAND flash. Yeah. It's not one of the big names. Then you're fine. Pretty sure nobody in chat is stupid enough to admit working for Cox at this point. Yeah. Well, Jarek, that's what I'm saying. This is what Helicroft linked. 3D NAND flash, SLC. That's like saying Rojas and leaded solder. Like, very interesting. Okay, that risky click sounds like something I probably don't want to show on stream. But I can check that out later. All right, what did we just do here? We converted WordStar. Okay, let's look at that real quick, see if it seems bootable. IO system, probably bootable. MS-DOS 1.2, yep, bootable. Widescreen Leisure Suit Larry. Copyright Micro Pro International. All right, there we go. WordStar 3.2, and there's your serial number. IBM Personal Computer, IBM Parallel Printer. Okay, so this may just be a normal WordStar version. But we'll see. Special printer nonsense, is that what you're talking about? I do not know what you're talking about. My understanding of 3D NAND was stacked dies, and that the interface was different for that, for like TLC or something. But you'd have to pay 8K for the conversion, yeah. Well, individual users would not have to pay 8K. It would be, actually, that could explain what you have too, almost. It wouldn't explain what seemed like internal documents on the Volkswriter disk, but if it was a dealer that was converting disks for customers, that could explain why these were sitting around. I could especially see them keeping a copy of every single software that they converted and then just reusing that next time, just duplicating the disk if someone brought it in, because, like, why redo all the work? All right, writing WordStar. All right, well, I'm not a Flash expert. I'm just going to bow out of that conversation. Containing prom images. Ooh. Yeah, that's definitely going to be something we want to get imaged. Because if you have different versions of the ROMs, or maybe the source for your Z80 ROMs, that could be really helpful. I really think it's unlikely that the Z80 modifications will ever be reproduced. I think it would be too extensive to try and do to one that hasn't had that done from the start. For example, my boards, where the Z80 is on yours, have wires epoxied to the board there. So it would require removing that, and then, yeah. What can be done with them if they're stuck on the dot? What do you mean? If they're stuck in the dot? Are you, did you, a disk got jammed in the dot? Is that what you're saying? If only the dot can read the disk. Oh, that's very unlikely to happen. So the whole reason that we're ripping as raw instead of directly to an image is that we're oversampling it. So first off, time base, we're overreading it. And we get more data out of it, and then we can reprocess it in the background. So it will be totally possible to decode the raw sector encoding in whatever we need. So as long as the disk is readable at all, we'll be able to decode it with the modern tools with the Grease Weasel raw reads. As far as software and stuff, what we're doing with the binary files, like I was using the hex editor to look at the text files that were included in the Volkswriter image, we can use that to extract out files. So like I was saying, there was the deleted file on the MS-DOS 1.2 boot disk. We were just able to extract that data out of the raw binary leftovers that we converted out of the Flux data. So yeah, that's the main reason that we read as Flux, is it allows us to reinterpret the data however we need to. And it doesn't rely on any particular hardware. So like the floppy controller in the dot is going to be a little weird because they're early Sony drives. They don't use the Shugart standard. So it wouldn't actually be possible to plug one of those drives into the Grease Weasel and use that to rip the disks. So what we're doing is already slightly unusual. The fact that we're able to get any data out of this tells you that we're doing funky stuff. But yeah, thankfully, we shouldn't get to a point where anything is not readable. So, I maybe didn't. Can I get a sector disk image of that multiplan disk? Sector image. By sector image, do you mean binary image, or do you just want the flux? Sounds like might be older IOSys than the one we already have. Yeah, I can pop that on Discord here. No rev markings. There are tons of stickers of numbers around the boards on the chips. If you're talking about your main board, so on mine, when you open you take off the back, where the cards slot into the back plane, if you're looking at the cards and you see the chips, if you look down at the main board, right along the edge by the side where the case is, that's where the rev markings are etched into my main board. Well, they need an adapter, yes, but they're not. I thought there had to be some active thing for some kind of logic, but maybe I'm wrong. I may not be able to fit the... Oh, no, that's fine. It was multiplan? Multiplan, all right. Here's the flux for multiplan in TT Live. All right, let's go try WordStar? Yeah, WordStar. I was like, I don't even remember. Let me hit this first. We didn't scan the thing. Also, my monitor just shut off. Why? Oh, video came loose, I guess. Okay. It keeps weirding me out there's no vents on top. Like, they have such a unique design, they definitely could have added vents. I don't know why they didn't. It's probably the banned book list for the library or something. All right. Unable to open command com. That's not good. We can work around that. So that's a minor issue with the disk. But we'll just boot the other disk first. I am forever, now that I know how the OAD30s work, going to end up holding the button when I'm inserting or removing disks. Alright, Control-Alt-Delete doesn't work. Interesting. Oh, that's right. There's actually a reset button on the dot. I keep forgetting about that. That says, hold on. Well, now I'm not going to know because I didn't boot that one because Command Com wasn't on there. We can try that again in a moment. So this says 211, yes. So we'll try booting the other one again before I go back. All right, the file system is intact. WordStar. Aw, yeah. Wow, it is, it's not fast. Is OVR a WordStar document? We'll just, and open a non-document file of whatever wsbaud.bas is. wsbaud.bas. All right, well, that kind of technically worked. We can see the text. Those are the tokenized basic commands. Man, so this is not 132 characters again. I don't know if it'll have 132 characters mode. If there was ever a program that I would think, as far as a word processor that could do 132 characters wide, I would think it would be WordStar, since it comes from the weirdo terminal CPM age. But I don't know if it will. I don't know how to exit. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop in. Actually, I'm just going to hit the reset button. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. IBM should have had that. 2101. Yep. All right. Man, now if only you could find a copy of Kermit on a floppy disk already. That'd be sweet. Let me get that floppy disk insert thing scanned, because apparently I'm never going to get this software written. Yeah, here's all the stuff from that, actually. Yeah, so let me just scan it into this. And the original IBM board have a reset connection on the header. I've never heard of that. It's mostly just the, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, because the PC Junior did. That's the one that I know of, where you just add the jumper cable. I think someone added that to a power supply adapter for it, too. All right, acquire, preview. Oh, that's right, we're going to have to flip it, too. Okay. Free full, yeah, those are the options. Z modem, I don't know, because we have an ancient, decrepit version of DOS on here that nothing supports. That's the biggest issue. So trying to get stuff to run on there at all is kind of a problem. Insert 01. Do we have debug in the old DOS? I don't remember. Ben might actually know that sooner than I would. Oh, good. That was actually 600 DPI. Yes, okay. See, it's again the cruel fate of making YouTube videos about stuff like this is where I get to do the research on the video and do all that stuff, and then I put the video out, and then I just have to immediately turn my attention to whatever the next video is. I don't have a choice, because I always have to keep working on the next video, which means that I don't get to put as much time into these devices as I would like to, because there's always something else to be getting done. So it's... yeah. So there's really basic questions about things like that that I just don't know, because I haven't been able to interact with it like that. All right, there we go. We got our inserts. I'm not gonna do any color grading on that, because it's kind of tame color as is. It's not what the streams are for. Yes, but that's very limited in time as well. So we had to do all the scanning immediately after that. That was a full weekend. So that weekend, of course, I wasn't going to be able to do just using the computer. This is the weekend after that. And yesterday was a nightmare, obviously. Today, I just brain no do good think. So that wasn't happening. So I don't know what you mean how big. .v20 time, that's super never happening. This would be a lot easier if my internet wasn't just totally sucking today, too. My gosh. But here's the other thing about isn't that what streams are for? So the projects keep going. There's still more projects that I still need to do. So in the other room, there's another computer in a very similar situation to the Dot that might be an upcoming video, a very soon video. I haven't decided yet. And we're going to end up starting that. And then it'll be that and the Dot running in parallel. And again, time is limited. Does the other computer have all the documentation too? It does. Which is good, because none of its documentation has been archived either, I think. Yeah, pretty sure not. Nope. Oh, wait, maybe one? Let's see how long it takes to upload 6 megabytes of data. Really hate how Internet Archive embedded every full-size image in the viewport. Yeah. Oh, this literally linked to some Bluetooth speaker, not what I actually searched for. Cool, thanks, random Google search. Yeah, so no, the manuals for that thing are not out there. Man, that's quite the interesting thing that Google associated with it, huh? I'm not telling you, though, but it doesn't matter. Different computer. It associated it with, which in a way that I'm impressed by. But that is awesome. You found another Volksrider disc. For sure. Geek on a Mission. Object V3. No, Object V3 is in the mail right now. That's Object V2 out there. I will give you one hint. Object V1, Object V2, and Object V3 are all very closely related in the way that I appreciate them the most. All right. There we go. They are on archive.org now. Okay, so, do we even want to try 40 minutes for programming? Dude, I got so much good work done on this program last night, and I come in here and it just... It's no fair. People figured out the file system. Kind of. It's just weird. It's Japanese, isn't it? I mean, yes. But that's also that question you didn't specify what, but also yes. Amber screen dot with inbuilt Nixie display. No. Think you know now? Yeah. Well, I've also not been doing a very good job about hiding the other one. All right, Helicroft. Okay. It's not really toys. I'm just trying to do work here. I'm just trying to write software. Trying to write software to make it faster to do archiving. Oh my gosh, you guys want to see something that made me really mad, speaking of archiving? Let me first see if it's even on there. First HP 150. So I don't have an HP 150. I do not have an HP 150 coming. But there's no reason for me to get an HP 150 outside of I want one, because right over there is an HP 9121, which is the drives that the HP 150 used. And they work with the Series 200 and they work with the Series 80 because they're just an Amigo protocol, or are they CS80? They might be CS80 protocol drive that the HP series number computers support. So the HP 150 isn't really all that special other than being a bad DOS computer. No, it's apparently gone. All right. Well, I'll show this anyway. So ASU or GovDeals is a US, I think, website for government entities to be able to auction stuff off. And they had a CD duplicator tower, one of the robot ones that picks up a disc on a spindle, drops it in a tray, and then drops it on another spindle. And I wanted it. And it's from ASU Surplus, which is Arizona State University, where I am. I have been to the location where they take photos of this stuff and do it. I've never bought anything from here, but for a CD duplicator, I was real interested. But they've been doing this evil thing. And they did it here, and I was really annoyed. Pick up in Los Angeles. Location, Los Angeles. Why? Why is it there for Arizona State University? Anyway, it's just really annoying, because that's where the CD thing was, because I really wanted that. I did not see that website. I shall not buy. Yeah. I mean, if you want $1,000 Dodge Caravan, I mean, it's great. But, like, outside of that, I haven't found anything that makes me actually want to buy something. And do I have an 8086 machine? There's one right there. So, yes. That's what that is that we've been working on. What vintage was the CD tower? Beige. Oh, well, 8086, 8088, they're the same thing. Yes, I have a Sharp PC 7000. It has an actual 8086, if that's what you meant to, if you meant literally. No, that is an 8088. So yeah, Sharp PC 7000 I have is 8086. Yeah, all being pedantic. I mean, it's not called 8088 architecture or X8088. Or I can't even just say it, X88, because it's so weird. Want a rack worth of servers? Think you learned your lesson? There are some things on there that I would love to buy that I hadn't bought in the past. There was an HP 9000 CAD system, like the whole like CAD CAM machine and the rack of it. I wanted that because I would have actually used the CAD CAM, but it was also enormous. So All right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, the send file slash media sample JSON. When we get this, we need to JSON dumps this, and we got to write it to a file. So let me go to the stream integration repo and look at how I do JSON logging on that. Yeah, we're talking like a decade ago, though. AI 2097, so it's, yeah, not anytime recent. Oh, actually, no, I don't want this code base. I want the code base we're currently working in. This actually has it. You know, it's bad when you done so much Python programming, you don't even know which ones have your libraries that you want to reference. It's literally the one in this program. Large machines. No, an HP 9000 is the same width as those drives. Matter of fact, that hard drive over there, it's as big as that. It's the same case, essentially. So no, they're not that big, but they can come in like a stack. So HP 9000 is still there. We're talking like a decade ago. It's not on the website. I don't know if it's sold. I mean, a decade ago, they would just dumpstered it if no one actually bought it. Okay, hold on. Control F, log. Okay, here we go. So we're going to file, output, all of that nonsense. Okay. So we're going to JSON dumps. Oh, yeah, let's use the indent. That's a smart idea, me. Okay. Let's do file path. Okay, let's build a file path here. File path equal, we're not going to go anywhere else, so we're going to use media sample name, because that's the folder it'll be in, and then plus slash media underscore sample dot JSON. Okay. I think that'll work. Get rid of this. Re-indent that. Okay, let's just run it and see what happens. Okay, F5. No, actually go back. Okay. All right, no handler found. Okay, that all looks good. Did it write? It did not write the file. Why? Maybe, oh, you know what? I don't think I passed it. I did not. Okay. So KW args, it's whatever callback update. I think that's what it's called. Callback update. And we pass media sample status. Self dot that. All right, now we go back, start rip. Okay, that's better. JSON is not defined. Alrighty. Import J. Let's just move the S over there on. There we go. Rerun, back, start rip. Okay, no errors. Still didn't write the file. Well, that's curious. Why? Okay, let me have it print the file path. Print writing file path. Pelican 52 media sample JSON. Media sample empty? No, because it gets the data. Is it possible it's in this folder or something? No. Hold on. Oh! Ah! Who knows what the issue is? It's on screen right now. Kate, or not Kate, KDE is so fun sometimes. So, I had a split, and this split was in this folder, and I closed that split, but it did not put me back in this folder. So if I go into a folder here, there we go, and then back up, and then rerun it, now it'll work. Because the console wasn't in the correct folder. Boom. That's annoying. Alright, but that worked. That looks perfect. Okay, so I have this done flag here. This is something I was starting to add last night. So I think I'm going to work on that now. And then we'll be able to use that to track the status of things. I should add it for the media sample too. It should be programmatically added in the media reader though. Okay, so rip, yeah, it should be in here. Okay. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, media sample. Done equal false. Set starting status. This is real code TM, so I don't want it to have garbage comments. Unidays. Ripping my hair out until I realize it's fixing the code not in the file is recompiling. Yep, yeah, I do that all the time. It's so annoying. Alright, and then at the end, media status, done, true. Okay. Set ending status. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. But we could try while it's still running. Yeah, it's still running, although I'm going to restart it because it tried to reload the thing and it gets weird. So for giggles, start rip. Should do it right. Yep, did it. And now we have reload, done, false. That's weird. Why is that true? No handler found for Z files. That's fine. Why does it not get to here? So we should convert everything and then run the callback. If handler is not none, there was a handler. This should run after. Well, for right now, let's just try this. I want that, and I want this. Type error. Okay. Got unexpected argument name. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Unexpected argument name. Okay, so we're trying to run the fancy pants thing. This name here, that, boom, that's what I want. Okay, so rip status. Do I have to call it name? Is that what it is? Name, and then that solves it? Oh, stupid name parameter. Pfft, whatever, fine. Okay, so that's perfect. That'll work. Okay, Marshall, thank you for the tier 1 sub. My apologies, you can't hear the duck talk. Some weird nonsense happened with my audio mixer down here that I have not been able to solve today. But I appreciate that tier 1 sub and for 32 months. Thank you so much. Started programming for money, quickly became the reproducible builder evangelicist. Yes. Yeah. Why would you want 2 builds to give you the same results, madness? Yeah. All right. Why is that never getting set to true? Oh, I know why it's never getting set. Duh. I need to recall this. It's not being written. I'm actually very happy I realized that so quickly. That is the kind of problem that you could spend an hour trying to solve. F5. I said Control F5. Oh, I should rerun the rip process. That would do it. Rip. Okay. And then just do this. Control H. This. True. Perfect. Okay. So, let's try this. I'm going to delete that folder. I'm actually going to close the program, too. I'm going to have it write this right there. And then we're going to rerun the thing. I'm going to go back here. Now it's actually going to rip it this time. And then we're going to refresh this. What do you mean, file not found? Fine. Geek on a Mission, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Finally found another software bug that could blow up resistors if the user press buttons too fast. That's awesome. Hardware console manufacturer's worst nightmare for speedrunners. So Handler has a function called ensure. I kind of want to use that. So it'd be handler. So we'll just import from handler. It has a self, though. We can't just call it like that. Maybe I can pass none. I think I can. Hold on. Handler. So ensure self is not used at all in that, so we can pass none. Handler, import, handler, and then we will run handler.ensure none, and then media sample name. And I think that'll work. There we go. Now we can go forward on this. F5. Perfect. So it is not done ripping the CD, so we don't have any other data types. This is exactly what I want right here. So as it progresses through the steps, this will work. So it's currently ripping the CD to a bin queue, but the bin queue hasn't been added because I don't have that part of the logic done. The bin queue will be added after it's created. Bingo, there we go. And then it rips through everything else to create all of those. That's what I want to see. Okay. I feel like I could be optimized. Neo Dragon, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 39. That's so many. That's this many. 39 months. I appreciate that. That was 37. 39 is this. Thank you. I can count. Happens when the software controls power stage directly and output signals that should never happen. Yeah, no DAC talk. What do you mean still? It's been one stream. It's been down. And yeah, I haven't worked on it on stream because I'm kind of hoping if I just turn everything off and then turn it all back on tomorrow, it'll work because I didn't change anything. So it's either very dead. Yeah, I hear it, to be clear. It's for some reason the line out for my Firewire audio mixer is not sending line out. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not sure if you'd worked on it, I've been doing other stuff. Okay, yeah, no. I have not had the opportunity to. I'm at the point where I really got to decide whether or not I want it to be hierarchical data structures or not. So it will not add the bin queue data object to the media sample until the bin queue is finished being written. Although the bin queue, I did add this. So there's a status thing, and under that there's bin queue. And that will get written to while it's in process. This is effectively the data object, but I'm not tracking that. Again, there's no association between the media sample and that, so there's a lot of logic that has to go into this. This is going to be a complicated program. It is definitely not as simple as just type in stuff, get output. I mean, it's for giving feedback to the user. So I haven't clarified this. So let me do this. I'm going to open LibreOffice Calc. Here's how I'm envisioning this software working, okay? So on the left side, well, let's say up at the top, okay, we have our queue input section. So these four things, where's the borders? Would all look like, why are there really thin borders? Border style chunky? Sure, whatever. Anyway, these are our four input boxes, okay? And then there's a submit button, whatever. Over here will be a list of queued items, okay? So every time you add one here, let's say it gets added to a queue over here. So these would also be, you know, thing over on the side like this. Okay, so there's that. Inside of here, okay, after you click one of these, so you would select that. In here, you would then get a list of the outputs. All right, so BinQ, ISO, wave, whatever, okay? So you'd have the list of outputs here. And then here, if you select one of these, you would then get another list of everything related to that. So you have these nested sections. But while you're ripping in this, there will be some kind of progress in here that indicates it. So if it's the bin Q, it would print the size of the bin Q while it's ripping it, because you know a CD is going to be roughly 700 megabytes at most, but you also don't really have a good way of knowing exactly how much data is on the CD until you rip it. Like, for example, this one is only 60 megabytes because it's a driver for a keyboard. So it's not very big. So this would just print the size of that. And then when you click it, then we would see bin, Q, talk, and the file sizes of those. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle this. Because the bin Q begats the ISO 9660, and the ISO 9660 begats the extracted files here. And maybe I want these to be hierarchical instead. So maybe I want the UI to look more like this, more like Dolphin, where I can click the bin Q, but then the ISO would be in here instead. But I'm not sure how I want to handle this. But this is what I'm thinking, something roughly like this. Or maybe there'll be a status watch page, and then maybe there'll be an input page, maybe there'll be a drop-down dialog for inputting new stuff. I don't know. But the idea is to build a queue and to be able to go through and look at these. And then for these, there'll also be like a control bar up top where you can rename the project or something like that, upload a photo of the media or something. So yeah. Just trying to decide. This part is easy, okay? So it's a list of the things that we will be ripping and that have been ripped. And the things that have been ripped could be determined by looking in subfolders in the run directory for mediasample.jsons. So that part's not too difficult. We could repopulate this list if we wanted to. Well, Phil, you don't select what it's being ripped to. Everything. So here, let me demonstrate it this way. So this input box is the media type. So it's a CD. In the back end, all right, the way that it works is there is a CD media type here. The CD media type always outputs a BinQ and a MusicBrainz type. A BinQ type, if we go over to data, always outputs a wave and an ISO 9660 type. An ISO 9660 type always outputs a Z files type. That's it's a prefix that means that this is an endpoint. Nothing should ever attempt to handle these. Wave type will output FLAC. FLAC doesn't have a type because it's the end stage. But so if something wanted to convert FLAC to MP3 or whatever, then you could do that. But That's not what a field set legend means, Sanity. Anyway, so they're all related as far as types are. But once you rip a media sample, I'm not storing the related types. So this bin queue is not associated with this ISO, is what it is. What about mixed media discs? But you'd be doing book detection? It's a CD. I don't know what you mean by book detection. You just rip series or sessions. So that's all. Yeah, by mixed, so if you were talking about a mixed mode disc, like say a PC game where track 1 is data, and then the rest of the tracks are audio, that currently has a known bug, first off, if you're trying to rely on Music Brains for tagging that, and the FLAC output may or may not be correct. I'm not 100% sure on that. Anyway, a mixed mode disc it would work. It would be fine. I don't have to detect anything. So a mixed mode disc has a single session. So there would be one bin queue, and then it would generate an ISO for track 1, like you see here, and then waves would be track 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, blah, blah. Okay? That's technically Redbook. The mixed mode like that. Technically Redbook. And that's handled by bchunk. But then there would be data for the wave object to work with. Right now, there is no data in the wave object. So I think it doesn't output it because there are no files. It just creates the directory because of it does that as part of the let's see if there are files process. So that would be fine. Where it gets really tricky are multi-session Blue Book disks, which it does detect, but it detects it by looking for multiple sessions, and then trying to decode the later session doesn't really work. Just because once you rip it to bin queue, that's kind of broken. That's why I was saying earlier you should just copy the files off of the disk if it's a Blue Book. All right, here's my thought. I think I should make it hierarchical. And here's why I think this. If it was already a hierarchical data structure, I would never think I should make it not hierarchical. I would never go the opposite direction. So whether or not it seems valid to go to that direction is less of a questionable choice when there's zero chance I would ever go the other direction. Unfortunately, that means a deep, low-level restructuring of the program. Well, maybe not. It might be one function. Might just be this. So data types are not an object. I'm intentionally leaving everything in a dictionary so it's easily serializable. Maybe I could make a object that self-serializes and could be reinstantiated. I don't know. But I need to make it so that data objects... So basically this. Data outputs. So we rip... and then we get data output. So this would be one function. Then what I would do is I would make this all a separate function. And this would be recursive. So if data outputs is not none on this, then we would call this. Then we would get data outputs for data and data outputs. Okay. It would add data outputs back to the data. So if we rip bin queue here, then data would get stuff appended to it for ISO 9660. And then when we're done, when we hit the end right here, wait, where is this being converted? It's not being converted. That's here. So I guess we go through, we add every data type, then we can, I'm gonna have to think about this. We're gonna have to make it a recursive function. And that's fun. The file system management's going to get a lot more of a pain in the butt, but Happy your code seems to work, unlike what I've been doing, which is apparently making Spotify and only Spotify work properly and not work properly anymore. I don't know, man. I know nothing about that. The other thing is, maybe I'm overthinking it. Gosh, this is annoying. Ugh. So here's what I want to do, all right? We have the CD object here, okay? What it does is it creates a bin_q data type. But this data type is not output until this is finished ripping. I don't rip in subtasks because it's a terrible idea. Because everything's kind of linear. So you can't get an ISO until you have a bin_q. You can't extract files until you have an ISO, which you can't get until you have a bin_q. So, isn't it? You pass self status before doing the rip. No. So this writes this file, not this file. Here's the thing. This does get the full media sample. So this is where I can do I have to trust Python. I don't know, man. I hate scope in Python. So we convert data, we send it the media sample and the config data, okay? I could attempt... Well, now during rip, which is where we make the bin_q, so that's in the CD object here. We never add the bin_q data type to the media sample. And we don't try and log the data. So what I would have to do is I would have to media sample to data's whatever, I don't know, dot append data here, and then run the callback somehow, which is not accessible from this function. Ah, cool, Helen Croft. Here's the thing. I would really love to have one of those CD ripping robots at some point in the future because I have hundreds, if not thousands, of CDs to rip. And it would be really nice to have a GUI interface for it and to just stack up a queue of disks and have this run. So I'm really, really wanting this to work and have it be good. So I am highly motivated to actually work on this. I don't know if anyone else will actually use this. This would be the software that would run the floppy interposer as well if I ever actually make that. I do want to make it, but there's so many projects like the book edge scanner that I'd still need to make. So who knows, man. Ugh. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I think right now this works. Let me kill this, rerun it. Start rip. It rips, writing, sample, media, yeah, all that fun stuff. Okay, that all works. I'm gonna commit this. Git status untracked files. That's HTTP rip. Hold on. Web. HTTP rip. No, we want to add that. Add web. HTTP rip. Index. Git add. Okay, git status. I mean, I could add the dot. No. Okay, so git commit -am switch to JSON data sharing. Git push origin web. Okay. I don't have a... Oh, that is a 9836. That's right. I thought for a second my brain was like, I don't have a 9845, even though you said 9836. All right. Rare media drive, Slopatron. I mean, not with that objective, but probably use your disk robot. That would make sense. And it is another thing. Do we know what the commands are for like change disk and stuff? Because I do want to add some configuration capabilities to this. So I'm going to make this really quick. But like for this, okay, you should not have to type in dev sr0 right here. That's ridiculous. But so there needs to be a configuration page somewhere where you can add the drives that you have. And then one thing we would probably want to do is add pre and post rip commands for the drives. So for a post rip for a CD robot, you might make a script or something where it pulls the disk out, plops it in the tray or pre-rip, and then maybe has a webcam snap a picture or something. So yeah, browse button to select folder destination. I've decided I'm not gonna do that because I think ideally this is run on a Raspberry Pi, and that you run this in a shared directory where you would just pull the files off of it when you're done. So, yeah. Regular drives, custom media robot, change actual disk. Yeah, I know. So basically what I'm saying is that you, before you rip a CD, you need to send a serial command like change disk. And then after you send a CD, you need to send a CD eject command to pull it out, and then another command to remove the disk. So, yeah. Yeah, well, AI, so mine literally calls the command for ripping the drive, and it just asks you to press enter once you've changed the disk. That's all. It doesn't do the eject, but yeah. Or make that robot yourself. I'm just going to say right now that will absolutely, literally never happen. I have too many other projects. That's already a product that exists. There's no reason for me to do that. Even if there's only a couple hundred of them on the planet, I'm not making one. If a small set of scripts written that already work, just not in an ideal way. I can try to get this off the Orange Pi having the thing if you want to take a look. I would actually appreciate that. It would be nice to know what I'm up against. So, but yeah. Anyway, that's it. Let's wrap up the stream. Okay. I think the lesson from today's stream is just more existential dread over how to operate this whole thing. Hey, we got the reel-to-reel to act a lot better. Over already, yes. 4 hours. And this time it was actually contiguous. No major dropouts. But yeah. Puts more discs in the folder. Awesome. I will take a look at those later. I'm ramping up the stream for now, though. I'm just bouncing from one elephant to another. Yeah. How to avoid a bad day? You can't. That's not how days work. Alrighty. Yep, that's it for today. So, we accomplished a lot of weird random stuff today. Not the thing that I really wanted to. We kind of made some progress on it. Decided on a path. I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to update the media sample output more regularly so it can actually be tracked, because not being able to see that a bin queue object is being created kind of sucks. So I don't know. There may be... Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure that out. There might be some kind of callback that's internal to the media ripping manager function, whatever thing, that adds a bin queue, and then the done true false thing becomes the logic that detects whether or not that's actually processed. I don't know. There's a lot to handle on that if I want it to be interactive with the user. So, yep. Try again tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. I think I want to try and image or scan the manuals, because they're really, really important to get scanned. So, but yeah. Alright, we're gonna call it there. If you all enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next, because I'm sure there'll be plenty more streams where I don't do anything that I say I'm gonna do. If you want to help support the channel... Ooh, I should put my feet in my pocket so I don't leave it here. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. That's it for now, and I will see you next time. Oh my gosh, I actually hit the printer button. Crazy! Oh yeah, I'm about to release a video. Go watch that. I forgot. New video coming out momentarily.